Hi there, and welcome. You found Bedtime Story, where dreams begin. Tonight, we're venturing into realms of wonder and imagination. Whether it's magical forests, faraway galaxies, or timeless fairy tales, you're in the perfect place to drift off in peace. If these stories help you find calm, please leave a comment to share your thoughts. And don't forget to hit subscribe and tap that like button to keep the magic going. Now get comfortable, close your eyes, and listen as the story unfolds.
Of Underhill, ye Tamriel, Delavoy and Arpin Arantanamai.
The Fall of Tamriel. The story opens at the newly erected Moth Temple in High Rock, which was built on the ruins of the ancient Nerevarine Tower following the Mage War. As Skyrim's turmoil grows, General Thane and High Priest Mutte monitor the temple's operations. The calm is broken when Dunmer assassins attack the temple in an effort to steal an Elder Scroll. Though the Moth Priests resist the attack with great magic, the event awakens Thane's nightmares with visions and predictions of Tamriel's impending doom, and a mysterious young Imperial destined to change fate. As tensions rise and storms rage, the strands of war, prophecy, and dark magic tighten, laying the groundwork for a grand confrontation. Now, as new challenges emerge and the weight of old prophecies grows, Thane and his allies must confront not just external threats, but also the terrible truths buried inside the scrolls. Part 2 of the quest continues with deeper secrets, murky connections, and the ascension of a hero who may hold the key to Tamriel's salvation or doom. Chapter 5. Molan and Aduria had been escorted by a squad of armed guards to the prison, where they were put into separate cells. Though that was the case, they were still close enough that they could speak to each other. Molan leaned on the door of his cell and reached his hands through. He nodded before pulling them back in. If a guard walked by, he would have enough reach to grab him and possibly get the key to escape in the process. He doubted, though, that he would have much time to do anything. The Bosma race were known to be extremely agile, but they still were nowhere near as agile as a Khajiit. Molan leaned on his door so that he could be heard better by his friend. Aduria, I think I may need your help if we're to get out of here. Why must we escape from this place, friend? Surely your emperor will request for our release when he comes into the town. Molan smiled softly. He forgot that Aduria never thought like an Imperial did in the ways of politics. Yes, I am sure that is something your kind would do for each other, but the Emperor cannot afford something like that. If he admitted that one of his soldiers and his guide were now considered criminals under the laws of the Bosma, this peace negotiation would most likely collapse under our own feet. No. It's better if we just try to escape and flee from the city. We'll catch up to the Emperor's column once they leave the city. Molan sighed and stood up straight, walking away from the door. Then again, Emperor Thudom is unlike any emperor this nation has seen in several centuries. Perhaps he would risk his reputation for our sakes. If that's the case, then escaping would tarnish him even more so in the eyes of the Bosmer. Either way, the Thalmor will order your execution, Imperial. You can be sure of that. This voice came from one of the other cells that Molan had thought was abandoned. He moved back to his door and peered out of it. He could see in the cell across from his that an aged Argonian was curled up defensively in a corner of his own cell. His eyes narrowed as he glared at the lizard man who looked to have been native-born in the Argonians' homeland of Black Marsh. "How do you figure that, Argonian?" Molan loathed the reptilian humanoid race for a very personal reason, but he was in no position to give him commands or orders. He instead needed to hear him out. The Argonian stood from the corner and approached his door. Molan immediately noticed that fins that were arranged on the top of the lizard's head. They were brightly colored compared to his brown and green scale colors on the rest of his body. This was an odd trait, but it was something that spoke of an almost divine coincidence in the Argonian culture. At least that is what Molan believed, from when he and his family had spent a decade studying the native Argonian tribes in Black Marsh. "I saw you when you were escorted in, Imperial. You wore the armor of the Imperial Legion, and you bore the marks and badges of a personal guard of the Emperor himself. The Thalmor now have a great deal of leverage that they can use against your Emperor to place their own restrictions on the negotiation. If your Emperor does not comply with their changes, then they will kill you." The Argonian race's facial structure limited them from physically showing their emotions, but the lizard's mouth twitched up some to resemble a smirk. Molan's eyes narrowed more, and his hands clenched into fists. "You're wrong. Emperor Thudom would never risk the safety of Cyrodiil for just one of his guards. But you just said that the Emperor would risk his own reputation for your sake. Surely he would do the same in this situation." Now he knew that the Argonian was mocking him. Molan reassured himself, though, that the Argonian was lucky that there were 2 cell doors between them, else he'd kill him where he stood. "I am sorry, my friend. Underhill brought this all on you with his foolishness." Molan looked to his friend through the bars of his cell and smiled some. "None of this is your fault, Aduria. The Thalmor, for all we know, paid that boy to steal from us knowing that we'd retaliate and earn a place in jail. This way the Emperor has to stall to find out what to do." He sighed and leaned against the door again. The Argonian cleared his throat, getting the attention of both of his fellow prisoners. "I know of a way that you could get out of this prison and still let your precious Emperor handle this negotiation his way." Now Molan was intrigued. An Argonian who had seconds before mocked the Empire was now offering agents of the Imperial Legion his help. He knew there was a catch to all of this, but it was worth listening to at least. "What did you have in mind, Argonian?" The lizard man seemed to smirk again and reached in his pocket, pulling out 3 leaves of a plant Molan didn't recognize, even with 3 years of alchemical study at the Arcane University. "With this, I assure you it will be perfectly safe, but these leaves will allow all 3 of us to escape from here." Molan looked to his friend, who shrugged his shoulders and twitched his tail. He then sighed and nodded his head. "Fine. Tell us what we have to do then." The Bosmer guard chuckled softly as he stepped into the corridor filled with jail cells. He had just finished discussing the impending fall of the Empire, especially if the Thalmor's plan went well. They now had 2 agents of the Emperor in their prison, with charges of assaulting a Bosmer citizen, and they could easily use that to manipulate the peace negotiation in their favor. Or perhaps the Thalmor would use this as an excuse to ignore the negotiation completely and simply declare total war on the Empire. Either way, they now held the Empire by the throat, and their grip would only tighten from here. The guard walked to the Imperial's cell, preparing a series of verbal insults to throw in his face. He was hoping to spark some sort of frustration in the Imperial that would give him motivation to fight their authority. That would only serve the purpose of tarnishing the Emperor's reputation further. It was perfect for the Thalmor's plan. He stepped up to the cell and saw that the Imperial was laying on the floor. The guard could not help but chuckle again. Men of the Empire were pathetic when you stuck them in a cell. Get to your feet, Imperial. The captain has some questions to ask you. He waited a few moments, but got absolutely no response from the prisoner. The guard narrowed his eyes and kicked the door. I said, get. The sound of the kick resounded off the walls of the cell, but still the Imperial laid motionless on the floor. Then the guard looked closely, and his eyes widened then. He noticed that the prisoner wasn't even breathing, and quickly unlocked the cell door. With a quick checking of the pulse, the guard accepted that the prisoner was now dead. Though how could a prisoner kill himself so effortlessly with no sign of hanging and no weapon on his body? The guard stood from the Imperial's corpse and sighed. He might as well check on the other 2 prisoners, just in case they knew something. He went to the Khajiit's cell first, saving the Argonian for last. He never did like the lizards of Black Marsh much. Their eyes always seemed to hold a cold intelligence in them, as if they knew every fact about his life. For all he knew, they did. Time to wake up, Kitty. His voice was softer this time, and when the Khajiit refused to respond, the guard wasted no time in unlocking his cell and checking the prisoner. This one was dead as well. He began to panic a little by now. With both of them dead, the Thalmor had no leverage to use against the Emperor. If anything, this gave the Emperor the leverage he needed to impose stricter rules to the negotiation. The Thalmor would have no choice but to agree to the negotiation, unless they wished to be invaded by the full power of the Empire. Though the guard knew the Imperial's realm was quickly dying away, he also knew a wild animal fought their hardest when they were cornered and weakened. Out of duty, the guard stood and checked on the Argonian. He didn't bother to even say anything when he noticed that the lizard man was laying face down as well. All 3 prisoners were dead. He had no other choice but to report it to the captain. Maybe they could dump the bodies into a ditch somewhere in the forest and claim that the soldiers had been abducted by some bandits. It would take some time to develop a story accurate enough to convince an emperor, but it could be done. Hours later, the artificial poison of the Draxin leaves wore off, and the 3 prisoners began to move their stiff bodies. The Argonian was the first on his feet, stretching out his limbs and working the muscles of his jaw. Aduria was the second one up, and it took Molan several seconds just to get on his hands and knees. He coughed heavily, though was able to keep himself from vomiting, pushing himself onto his feet shakily afterward. You could have warned us that waking up from the poison would be this difficult. Mullen began to move his arms in circular motions, letting his joints go through their full range of motion. What did you expect from being essentially dead for several hours? That you would awake refreshed and ready to swing your arms like a monkey? The Argonian began to look around at their surroundings, as if sniffing the air. Good, we're several miles from the town. We should be able to make it back to your Emperor without any patrols catching us along the way. Who exactly said that you could come along with us? Molan and the Argonian then glared at each other. Adurja looked at both of them and then stepped in between them. Please, my friend. This one helped us escape and has offered to continue helping us. You know that even though I am unarmed, I could keep this one from harming the Emperor. You have nothing to fear from him. That was exactly the reason Molan didn't want the Argonian anywhere near the Emperor, though. He did fear him. Instead of admitting that, he decided to follow his friend's lead and nodded his head. Very well. We'll take him to the Emperor, and he can decide what to do with him. With that said, the 3 ex-prisoners began trekking through the woods of Valenwood. Chapter 6. Thane and Mutte walked in through the door that led into the prisoner, escorted by a pair of armed guards. The general turned to the guards and nodded his head. Thank you, men. My friend and I will take it from here. The guards saluted them both before stepping back out of the building. It wasn't long before Thane and Mutte found their way to the corridor of cells that had housed the escaped criminal. A priest from the temple was already present and was studying 2 motionless bodies that were inside the cell. The priest was accompanied by a guard who turned and saluted both the general and the mage. Both of them returned the salute before entering the cell. Have you found out anything about how the criminal escaped? We think so, sir. The guard returned to the priest and motioned down at one of the bodies. Thane leaned forward slightly and noticed how familiar the boy looked. It took him a few seconds until he finally grasped at who the boy reminded him of. Somehow we hired a new kitchen aide that looked a lot like the prisoner, and he used his thieving skills to kill the boy and his guard companion to take the boy's place. This story has been verified by some of my men who have said that they saw the boy returning to the kitchen without his guard accompanying him. Then how did he escape from the kitchen? I heard that the cook, the cook's assistant, and a guard were all slaughtered during his breakout. Mutte examined the boy's body, and Thane noticed a look on his friend's face that he hadn't seen ever since the Mage War. It was the look of grim determination. If Mutte found the criminal before Thane, he would no doubt pass a much harsher judgment of the boy than Thane would. That is exactly how, sir. He killed those 3 and walked out through the back door. One of the first things we did when we learned of his escape was to put the whole city under a watchful eye. No one is allowed to come into town or to leave for any reason until we catch him. If he hasn't already slipped past us, we'll catch him. The guard seemed proud of his work so far, but Thane thought differently. I apologize for stating this out loud, but that won't do. The people of Underhill depend on the trade routes and the farmlands outside of the walls, and they will most likely revolt before the month is through. Not only that, but the people will begin to starve from lack of food. Open the city gates back up, and I will hunt him down myself with a band of soldiers. Until then, just do your job and keep the city safe from bandits and Breton rebels. Thane knew from experience that if you told a soldier that what he is doing is wrong, he loses all faith in himself, but that he will also strive to do better if you give him a different task to accomplish. Of course, sir. I will do as you command. The guard bowed his head slightly and was about to leave the room until Thane grabbed his arm firmly. Before I forget, there is one man I want you to particularly keep an eye out for. I barely saw any part of him, but he wore a dark-colored cloak and had the hood up. I believe he was of Dunmer origin. I also know that he is capable of using incredible powers, so if there comes a man like that and causes some trouble around town, you have permission to use any force necessary to end his life. Understood? The guard looked at Thane questioningly for a few moments, before smiling and nodding his head. I understand completely, sir. Mutte followed the priest from the Moth Temple as the investigation at the prison continued, letting himself be led to the kitchen where the bodies of the cook, the cook's assistant, and a guard were being gathered up for proper burials. Through the air inside of the kitchen, Mutte knew that powerful had been used to allow the boys escape from the prison. Magic that he knew to be long forgotten. How could a boy use such power if the style of magic was meant to be lost and forgotten for several centuries? Then the aged mage caught on to something that could help further explain what happened. He learned once that whenever a mage of great power cast a spell, the winds of magic carried with them that mage's magical scent. Mutte always believed himself to be an expert at detecting these scents and identifying them, but this one was unfamiliar. He knew he had caught it before, but he just could not place the mage with the scent. That is very strange, the priest spoke aloud in a corner of the kitchen. The books have spoken of this scent only once before. Mutte turned to the priest eagerly. You are able to identify magical scents as well. That is not a common ability among us magic wielders. You are correct there, my friend, but more of us are beginning to grow that skill. Perhaps it is an effect left over from the Mage War. The priest began to pace in a wide circle around the room, and Mutte simply watched him. Then something changed in the air. It was a sudden electrical charge had been sent through the entire room. The hairs on Mutte's beard stood at their ends and the priest grew completely still. By the 9, what was that? Mutte turned his head and caught a shadow fleeing through the hallway. He watched it go, but decided that it wasn't worth tracking down, instead turning back to the priest. It was an ancient summoning spell, used by the same mage that had done all of this. Now Mutte could identify the scent of the magic much more clearly, and he remembered where he remembered it from. The previous night when they had found Gudo in his study, the intruder had this magical scent all around him. That could only mean the one thing Mutte was afraid to admit to him, and especially to Thane. The new Nerevarine had a hand in all of this. Tiram cursed when her horse jerked underneath her. The movement nearly threw her out of the saddle, but she held on and patted her mount's neck soothingly. It's okay, girl. I'll get you out of this ash storm as soon as I can. She then sighed and sat up straight in the saddle, relaxing when she felt the horse loosen its muscles. The Imperial courier turned her head and looked back at the city gate of Underhill over her shoulder. The guards still stood at attention with their spears at ready, awaiting her return from her search. I guess I better get on with it." Tiram pulled up her face mask and directed the horse into the storm. It didn't take long before she could hardly see her hand in front of her face in the storm, following the road only by sheer luck. Her horse also was obviously against going deeper into the storm, but she had a duty to find the criminal. In her years of being a courier for the Imperial Legion, she had also learned many tracking techniques that would let her stalk and essentially capture an escaped criminal like this. She would just have to wait until they broke through the storm so that she could see more clearly. As she rode through the hard currents of ash, she had a lot of time to think. She remembered the words that Thane had said to her, and her grip on the reins tightened. It was true that she was used to running away from all of her troubles, but not this time. She would see this through to the end even if things got a little dangerous. She had lost the love of her life because of her cowardice, and then had lost her father in the same way. Granted, one was possibly killed during the Mage War, and the other had been a target of the Dark Brotherhood. But she could have helped either one of them if she had only stayed. Tiram was brought out of her thoughts when her horse suddenly stopped, its breath growing deep and rapid. She looked up and noticed that her mount's head was tilted to one side, as if it were watching something carefully. It took her a while, but a break in the ash storm opened up and she caught sight of a young person off in the distance. She smiled to herself and snapped the reins hard, giving an encouraging yelp to help her mount move forward. Her horse drove forward swiftly, and they cut through the winds of the storm, very quickly catching up with the figure she had seen earlier. The figure turned, and Tiram saw the glint of steel, throwing herself out of her saddle just in time as a dagger flew past her. She barely had time to lift herself off the ground before the figure tackled her back the ground. The two of them wrestled on the ground for several seconds before finally the stranger, a young boy in his teens by the build and voice of him, grabbed the advantage. He pinned Tiram to the ground with his knees and one hand, pounding his fist into her face. Spots filled the courier's vision, and she barely registered it when the boy's fist came down the second time. This time she could taste blood. "I will never go back there," the boy said in a rough voice. He then stood up from her bruised body, kicking his boot down into her stomach once before rushing over to grab his dagger from where it landed. Tiram's vision began to darken, and she could only watch as the boy sheathed his dagger and mounted her horse with amazing agility. The boy then kicked his heels into the horse's side, driving it forward and rushing into the ash storm and out of sight. Tiram laid there for several minutes, praying to the Nine Divine that someone would come for her. After those minutes, she accepted that no one would come and willed herself to stand. It took several seconds, but she was able to do it with only a little effort. The boy had damaged her body much less than she had realized at first. She cursed herself again for being so weak and started walking back in the direction she believed would lead her back to Underhill. Though she may not have caught the boy and had only succeeded in giving him a faster means of travel, she had the authority to pass a warrant on him. By the time she was healthy back in Underhill, every guard and bounty hunter would be out for this boy's head. The guard posted at the west gate of Underhill sighed and wiped his mouth. It was his first week on the job, and it was just his luck that he had to work his shift through an ash storm. He spat out some ash that had made it into his open mouth, coughing when only more of it blew into his face. Finally, taking the advice of his superiors, He brought up his cloth face mask and breathed deeply in relief. He closed his eyes for a second and listened to the wind. It was something he had enjoyed doing ever since he was a child, and it still calmed his nerves to do so. When he opened his eyes again, there stood a stranger in front of him. The stranger was dressed in a robe and had the hood up which hid his face. According to duty, the guard readied his spear and spoke in his most intimidating voice. "Who goes there?" The stranger said nothing, and instead took a step forward. The guard tensed up and tightened his grip on his spear. "Halt and answer my question, stranger." Again, the stranger advanced without a word. The rules of engagement for a guard was that if a suspicious stranger refused to cooperate after 2 warnings, the guard had permission to use any force necessary to stop him. So the guard rushed forward with his spear leveled at the stranger's heart. When he was no more than 2 feet away from hitting his mark, the stranger waved his hand to one side. The guard flew to the side that the stranger waved to and hit the ground hard. The stranger advanced on the guard, and he knew from the look in the man's eyes that he would not survive for much longer. Though he knew he did not stand a chance against this stranger, he could alert the town to the presence of danger. The last thing the guard saw was a bright light forming in the palm of his own hand. He held it up and smirked up at the stranger, feeling triumphant when he noticed the stranger's look of surprise. It was meant as a fireball spell, but he willed the magic to collapse on itself, and this caused his spell to have a very different effect. At that moment, the people in Underhill were shocked when the ground shook beneath their feet, and a large explosion ripped open the western gate of the walls. Thane rushed out into the street from the prison and looked to the west, cursing under his breath when he saw the smoke mixing in with the winds of the ash storm. Mutte was quick to join him outside, and together they dashed for the west gates. People were panicking in the streets, and many of them tried to stop the general and mage to ask them questions, but they pushed their way through. Only about 2 minutes after the explosion had gone off, they had arrived at the hole in the wall. Through the smoke and the rubble, both of them could see the one person they hoped they never would have so soon. Mutte wasted no time in throwing spell after spell at the Nerevarine, but the hero anticipated each attack, it seemed, and dodged most of the ones he didn't seem to just simply absorb. Thane unsheathed his sword and dagger both and charged forward. The magical assault continued, which kept the Nerevarine busy while Thane closed the distance between them. Just as the general was about to slash the hero's stomach open, his sword was met by the Nerevarine's own sword. Thane was stunned by what he saw in his enemy's hand. It was a scimitar of Dwemer, make with a red flame surrounding the whole blade of the weapon. If he needed any proof that this being was the Nerevarine, it was that sword, True Flame, or better known as the Sword of Nerevar. "My fight is not with the 2 of you just yet," the Nerevarine said before waving his left hand. Thane felt himself being thrown away from his opponent and land on the ground beside Mutte, who had been thrown aside as well. When they had both scrambled back up to their feet, the Nerevarine was gone. Thane, who had thought he finally had the chance to avenge Gudo's death, screamed in defiance. Mutte merely watched wordlessly as the skies over Underhill began to clear up. Chapter 7. Nearly a week after his escape from Underhill's prison, Ellum finally made it to a city he once heard was considered a haven for wanted criminals. He had heard this story from his thieving mentor, who had learned from the infamous Grey Fox. So Ellum believed this was a completely legitimate place to hide out, at least for a while. Skyguard, the city that stood at the end of a bridge leading from the islands to the mainland of High Rock, the cliff face that dropped down to the ocean, riddled with opening where soldiers were posted as patrolmen. The islands beyond Skyguard perhaps would be an even better place to hide, but Ellum was growing tired, even though he now had a mount to speed up his travels. The city of Skyguard had been constructed during the Mage War to serve as a post for the Bretons along the coastal border of Skyguard. Because of its given name, the city watched the skies for incoming siege fire. Magical devices built by the Bretons were set up all over the city, so that with only a spark of magic, a dome-like shield would raise over the city, and they could launch an effective counter-assault while taking very little damage itself. This was certainly the case during the Mage War, since Skyguard had a large enough military force at its disposal that wiping it off the map would give the Imperial Legion a considerable advantage. Though the Imperials never did conquer Skyguard, it was also brought under Imperial rule during the negotiations at the close of the Mage War. Ellum sighed as he snapped the reins a little, the horse moving wearily underneath him. He wasn't the only one tired from the ceaseless traveling. The streets of Skyguard were filled with every race imaginable, from the slightly muscular Bosmer people to the large and bulky orcs. Imperials had small street vendors set up on the main roads, and Breton elders performed magical tricks in the air for laughing and applauding children. With how much death Ellum had seen in the past week, having to defend himself from several bandits along the way, it was somehow peaceful to see how ignorant these people were of the ugly world outside of Skyguard's walls. The young thief turned his head when he noticed a small Imperial girl dressed in rags kneeling in the opening to an alley. She lifted her head, and the two of them locked eyes for several seconds, and Ellum was a little stunned when the girl smiled. He turned away and focused on finding a tavern for the night. With how many bandits he had to kill in the past week, he had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. A rather fancy bag, which was more of a coin purse that clipped onto his belt, held all of his money, which he had approximated to roughly 500 septims. Fortunately, High Rock was now an official nation of the Empire Tamriel, and so now the official currency was septims. Otherwise, he would have had to settle for trading. It didn't take much longer for Ellum to find a respectable-looking inn. The structure was a 3-story building with windows on each floor and a finely painted sign hanging over the front door. The name was carved and outlined with gold paint, and the thief smiled softly at the obvious choice that the owner had named it. The noble's house was its name, and he figured it was quite fitting. The colors of the building included blues and yellows, both of those very usual colors for a member of the noble class. Ellum brought his horse close to the entrance and hopped down out of the saddle just as a rather large Imperial stepped out, brushing his hands off on his flour-dusted apron. "Ah, a visitor. So good to see you, fair sir." The man stepped forward and clasped Ellum's hand roughly, shaking it much more vigorously than the young man was used to. He then took one look over the boy's shoulder, noticing the horse. and turned his head towards the stables set up beside the inn. "Get this man's horse, boy." Ellum took a look towards the stable, noticing that a boy who had been sleeping in a pile of hay was shaken awake by the innkeeper's booming voice. The boy was outside swiftly and bowed low, moving forward to take the horse's reins. Without another word from the innkeeper, the boy led Ellum's horse away into the stables. "Come inside with me, good sir. I'll get you some food and wine." With that said, the young man was led into the noble's house. What he didn't know was that further down the street, the little girl was still watching him. The bed that Ellum had rented in the noble's house was perhaps the best bed he had ever slept in. Even his house back in Underhill, which he could barely afford to live in after his parents abandoned him, had lumpy beds. He never had figured out why the mattresses had such odd shapes to them, and now he didn't much care to find out. Sleep took him very quickly when he laid in the bed. He was stripped of everything but his pants, even his dagger laying aside with his shirt and cloak. Ellum felt no need to arm himself in his sleep here in Skyguard, even if the rumors were true of the city harboring even the worst escaped criminals. Just as a dream was about to occupy his mind, he heard the slightest of noises that didn't belong in the room. The scraping of wood against wood, perhaps. From what was in the room, he could only assume that it was the window. It was only there for a single second, but Ellum would have been dead by now if he had second-guessed his instincts. Instead, the young thief rolled onto his side slowly to make it look like he was adjusting his position during sleep, and reached for his nearby dagger in the darkness. Then, with a good grip on the hilt of his dagger, Ellum turned his head slightly to peek at the window. Though it was only opened a few inches, he could make out a figure crawling in through the gap. He watched it for a few seconds until he realized that the intruder was actually crawling out, and it held his coin purse in its hands. Ellum's heart thudded heavily, and he sat upright quickly, throwing his dagger at the escaping thief. His weapon nicked the thief's calf, and by the sound of the yelp, he knew it was a girl who then fell the rest of the way out of the window and to the ground outside. Days ago, he would have hated the thud that came from the fall, but now he was indifferent about the whole thing. All he knew was that the girl had his money. Ellum went to the window and skillfully leaped out, landing and rolling on the ground to distribute the shock throughout his whole body. He was expecting to find the girl either crippled or dead on the ground, but instead found only a trail of blood leading down the street. A curse left his lips, and he ran down the street as fast as his legs could carry him, following the blood trail. The trail led him in a complex pattern that doubled on itself often. Apparently, the thief knew she was going to be followed. The trail finally thinned out when it came to an alleyway, and Ellum slowed to a carefully paced walk. If this girl got cornered, then she was going to fight however she could, so he would need a weapon of his own. He looked around and found a glass bottle. With a grunt of acceptance, he grabbed the bottle by the neck and smashed it against one of the walls. He was satisfied with the outcome of the makeshift weapon, keeping a firm hold on it as he walked further down the alley. Just as he had expected, the alley ended in a dead end, and the thief was frantically looking for a way to escape other than the way she came. Ellum gripped the bottleneck tighter and spoke through clenched teeth. It wasn't the smartest idea to steal from me, little girl. The girl turned to face him, and Ellum was expecting her to surrender to whatever judgment he wished to place on her. But instead she rushed forward and tackled him to the ground. Much like when he had wrestled that agent from the Imperial Legion, the both of them rolled around on the ground. Each of them tried to get an advantage over the other, but he wasn't about to let her escape. He feigned exhaustion, and this made the girl make a very big mistake. She tried taking advantage of that to escape, but in the last second, he grabbed her wounded calf and pulled her back to the ground. The girl yelped again from the pain of the grab and of the landing, but she had little time to react before Ellum had her pinned underneath him and held the edge of the broken bottle against her throat. He was just about to slit her neck open when he saw her eyes. They were familiar to him. It didn't take him long until he realized that he recognized the girl. It was the homeless girl he had seen riding into town. Later into the night, Ellum and the girl sat across from each other in the alleyway. They had been talking after he had helped the girl up off the ground and she had returned his money. From the information she had given him, her name was Juden, and both of her parents had been killed during the Mage War. This came as shock because this made her at least as old as him, if not older. After my parents both died during the Mage War, I was left all alone here. It wasn't long before the Lord in charge of Skyguard decided that he needed more money to finish the devices that now protect the city. This led to my homelessness since he reclaimed and then sold my parents' house at a much higher price than my family had built it with decades ago. Juden had a very defeated look to her. Though this was the case, Ellum still kept a close watch on her. That's when you met the others. Ellum finished the story for her. Juden nodded her head slowly, perking up a little. Yes, that is when I met the others of our small gang. They took me in without question and taught me how to survive on the streets. They're my new family. This was something the young man was not at all familiar with. Though there certainly were other thieves in Underhill, he had never been close to any of them. The greatest extent to which they interacted was to look at each other wordlessly when they were both going after the same item. It would then be the senior thief's privilege to steal the item himself, but this did not mean the younger thief was restricted from stealing it from his fellow thief later. The thievery system in Underhill was a dull system of understanding, but it never included any sense of cooperation. Apparently, Skyguard was very different in that way, at least. Ellum suddenly noticed that Juden had asked him a question while he was busy with his own thoughts, and she was still staring at him expectantly. "Sorry, I didn't hear you." The girl smiled softly, and the young man felt his breath catch. Her smile was absolutely stunning, and it lit her face up, which made her look much more beautiful than she had at first seemed. "I asked what it was like for you back in Underhill. I heard that it was one of the first cities to fall under the banner of the Imperial Legion." Juden leaned forward when Ellum took the breath to answer her. He felt a little embarrassed by her interest in him. The pretty girls back in Underhill had never really given him much attention unless it came to cooperative training. He was perhaps the most skilled student under General Thane, and everyone strove to be his partner. so that they looked good as well in the general's eyes. Other than that, he had been ignored for the most part. Now, the most beautiful girl he knew was giving him her full attention. It gave his chest a tight squeezing feeling, which made it hard for him to breathe. But it was a feeling that he wanted to last forever. My parents were also drafted into the war, but after the negotiations, they never returned. A lot of people told me that they died, but I doubt it. I think that they were just too scared to return to their old lives and thus abandoned me to my fate. Naturally, I had to find some way to survive on my own and immediately took up thieving. I was lucky enough to be taken under the wing of a mentor, though. He himself had been taught by the Grey Fox. Suddenly, Juden's eyes went wide and she scrambled forward. Her face was only inches from his now. Your mentor was taught by the Grey Fox. That is so amazing. Did you ever get to meet him? The young girl's previous calm demeanor had completely changed now. At the moment, she was acting much more like an innocent child who was being told a story. Ellum could not help but smile at this. Meet him? Sure I did. Part of my initiation was to steal a ring from his pocket. Juden beckoned him onward with his story, silently, and so he continued. My mentor said that if I were to ever be a good thief, I had to at least try to steal from the best. I was surprised by how easy it was at first. It was a simple matter of stalking him to his hiding place and waiting for him to disrobe for bed that night. The hardest part was finding the Grey Fox. How did you pull that off? I hear the Grey Fox can turn himself invisible at will. Her voice was now higher pitched and had taken on a very childlike quality. In all honesty, I got lucky. I tried at least 10 different houses until I finally found the right pair of pants with the right ring in it. Ellum chuckled softly, realizing just how ridiculous the story must sound. Though I never did get caught in the process, and so technically the job was a success. The Grey Fox himself congratulated me for pulling off a heist on him and let me keep the ring. I still wear it to this day. With that said, he held up his right hand to show off the thick silver ring that he had on his index finger. The print of the Grey Fox's initials were inscribed on the face of the ring, surrounded by a complex design of leaves and vines. Juden's wide eyes told of her interest as he inspected the ring, and Ellum could tell what she wanted to ask him just from the way she looked at him. He nodded his head and removed the ring from his finger and placed it in Juden's palm. She examined it from all angles, all the while keeping a smile on her face. Either she was genuinely interested in the ring, or she was an excellent actress. Then the girl looked up at him, and he could tell she was about to ask him a question. Do you mind if I show this to the other thieves? I promise on my life that I will return it to you. Ellum was a little shocked by what she asked of him. Surely she knew what it meant to him. Then he thought of a way that this could become an advantage of his. If he was to stay in Skyguard, even temporarily, then it wouldn't hurt to get to know the local thieves. So he nodded his head and snatched the ring out of Juden's hand before she could react. Of course, but under one condition, You take me with you to meet this family of thieves." Juden seemed to ponder on the idea for a few seconds before smiling a little and nodding her head excitedly. "All right then. I'm sure they will all be thrilled to meet a fellow thief all the way from Underhill. I especially think Grong will be excited to meet you." To Ellum's surprise, Juden then giggled and grabbed his hand. Before he could say anything, protesting or otherwise, he was dragged out of the alleyway by the very girl who minutes ago had just tried to steal from him. The whole situation seemed a bit humorous, and so he allowed himself to smile and laugh a bit.